Hello Blender folks, welcome back to Pxy-STUDY. So today we are gonna continue the rigging, but before that let me show you some insight that I have recently, like a very late school insight. Like it's super obvious, but for some reason I was stuck in my own labyrinth of planning, of thought, right? Mindset of production, solo production, right? So occasionally we get in some stupid decisions, even in groups, but in groups, if the group is collaborative and just not stupidly cooperative and competitive, then groups, of course, more people are able to think better if they can collaborate. And so I had a blind spot for a while. I'm surprised that I haven't exactly reached that particular conclusion of world building for not games, but for, in this case, not game exactly, but for animation cinema, right? And yeah, storytelling, animation, and all that, right? So basically what you can see here is that this is a starship, low poly starship room that I've modeled a long time ago, and you see there is a big difference. I searched in the internet, but I couldn't find clear vision on that. It's not an obvious thing, but it's something, probably it's taught in some way or another. There is a difference, critical difference there are, when we are building world building, like making scenery, 3D assets, could be 2D, but let's start 3D CGR. And when we are building a setting for characters and all that, for story and storytelling, that is animation, cinema, right? Film, movies, doesn't matter the format. If it's series, if it's short, medium, or long feature film, doesn't matter what it is, clip. The fact is that the game usually tends toward a sort of storytelling that is looks towards some sort of playable, of course, playability immersion. And that means that when we are creating and conceiving the levels, right, there is something called the level design. We are trying to create an ambientation that is not necessarily realistic. It's for the level of the game. And of course, when you create fantasy, sci-fi, whatever fiction thing, also we are not necessarily doing realistic scenery. Same for the games, but there is something about the game settings which implies the player to go around, right, to make choices. Like, for example, I don't know, maybe you know, maybe you don't. I've played the Mass Effect 1. It's an RPG, famous RPG. It's of an era thing, right? So one big sci-fi. I love Mass Effect 1 in particular. The others I didn't play, but I've been watching some playthroughs to see the storyline, to see the ambientations. But for me, the best one still is Mass Effect 1. The only that I have played. The story is it's the first immersion, right? So the story is super more dramatic in my opinion than the others. It's much more intriguing. Anyways, there are good things on the other two, Mass Effect 2 and 3 apparently, but yeah, there are, but I don't think it for me it doesn't match. So anyways, it doesn't match the classic. Okay, so just as an example, because this is a sci-fi fantasy story here that I'm building, and so the idea is that I've been mixing up stuff, because in my mind, okay, I've been inspired a lot by the ambientation of Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, whatever I see of Mass Effect, also from ambientations of that they make for possibly for game rather than storytelling of the Star Trek, some CG art on Star Trek. I don't know their purpose. Not necessarily for story, for animation, for games, but I believe they might be for games. Anyway, maybe they work for both animation and game purposes. I don't know. Of course, we can get that. My idea was apparently to have this versatile, inspired scenery that would work with traveling like that, as if you're a player, or you can actually use the walk. What's the walk? What's the walk? Shortcut for me. Oh. Okay, what's view, walk? Because for me the fly is, I know what it is, right? But there is the walk is more. So apparently the shortcut was lost here. Okay, so I'm gonna make a shortcut for the walk. I prefer to use the fly. Okay, but let's say I have a render here just to let you know. So this is a compositing effect, right, on Eevee. It's not, I'm still rebuilding it. I've made many good approaches here. So you see, this is not the creepy basic cell shading. This is a more mixed approach. It's still not on the point, but we can, the setup, just in case you're interested, will be here. So basically what we have here, it's, yeah, I've been exploring. Let's see, maybe Blender 5.1 doesn't crash now with the one that I've been favoring a lot, but apparently Eevee has got better over time recently, and so it's a dual compositing with yeah, let's try here. This is some effects. We're gonna change this to a new layer. Okay, I'm gonna just save here to get copy, full copy, now linked copy. Then on the secondary, this will call like workbench. And here, once you go to this one, what I want here, we're gonna change some stuff here. Gonna want just the, so this will use the workbench render engine, which is pretty cool, but it doesn't have light source. So here I have some manufactured effects. So let's doesn't matter, let's use this one. Texture, yeah, shadow, this is all was set already. And film transparent, yeah, I wanted this one. Otherwise we won't have this transparent scenery, and this will ruin certain things. Then we need maybe, yeah, it looks very dark, maybe specular light. There are some glitches. This is bug, it's glitched, they can't fix. They should have fixed, but they apparently maybe we can do this with some viewport, something related to clip start. Now this is about the camera, yeah, so it doesn't matter, let's ignore the glitch. So then we get this thing, and we gonna go back to the, yeah, so you have a compositing here, but this all this doesn't matter here, because this is we're not gonna composite from here. We're gonna just composite from the base one, the first scene, and here as we go in the compositor, we're gonna make. So if I look here, of course we need to render this first. I forgot the most important thing we want. Yeah, no, this is here. Okay, so we need to render this one. let's say, yeah, it's rendering this right now. How do I apply this with the, I don't know how to bring it to the, okay, whatever, let's reroute. Let's bring this right here, and then we're gonna connect and gonna save this. And no, this is not workbench. What is this doing? Wait, maybe this is workbench. Oh no, of course no, it's not workbench. We need to change the scene. There we go. Now I need to re-render this. Let's see what it will give us. So you see it starts first to render the other one, but even it's not rendered, so we get this thing in workbench. And then what we can do here is that we are gonna, okay, so the bug that I need to report, that at some point there is crashing if we start editing some stuff. Of course, at some Blender version apparently it fixed, but then it returned, at least for me. So it doesn't matter. The results that I've been getting lately with that were not so interesting, so that's why, and the crashes all the time, so it was not good enough. So I decided to, so what we want now is to mix. We're gonna pick this result because we're gonna mix already with, okay, we're gonna mix already with this, and then we're gonna bring this here, and we're gonna check this. So this is a, yeah, this is a mix, but we don't want the mix. We want something else. So the best one that I found is the value, because the value, I don't know if this is the correct order. No, apparently this is not the correct order, because with the value we can indeed get solve certain black and white stuff. It merges better into, it doesn't destroy the colors. So this would be like, this is EV. Yeah, it's bad right now because of the, because we're not, there are more passes that will do something good. So this is what I get. Both are terrible right now, so I need to do something about the lighting, everything. But if we combine this, then we get, so this is B, now this is A, and now we, so you see that EV workbench doesn't have image texture because they are procedural. It might have image texture of the skin of the character, although I don't see very well. But then as we apply here, you see the procedural textures start to appear on top of some other things merge, of course, but so it preserves some of the effects of workbench while it adds some, it's as if it adds the pattern, right? So this doesn't need to be one, it could be like maybe something like that, but usually one is fine, but whatever. We can just leave it this or something more, anyways. And so with this we're gonna you see it's not crashed yet, strangely, and then we're gonna remix this into, no, not remix, sorry, we're gonna make a switch that we can decide if it will be the second or the first. So I'm gonna save, then as we go here we don't need this anymore. Oops, wrong one. So this will be the final state, although with the first, right? And this is the mixed. So I don't say this is particularly good, but you see there's some change. What we want from the workbench would be to preserve some colorful things a bit more, right? It gives a more painterly effect in terms of pure color, and also these spontaneous effects that we get from the solid viewport shading, which are called the shadow cavity, all this stuff here, they can be very good in certain illustrative, simplistic, yeah, but it can bring some certain complexity to the shading that it would be super difficult. It's very spontaneous and it's bizarre. Sometimes it works very well. So you see we're losing some color, maybe it's blasting some brightness, so perhaps we need to do something about other effects here, right? Yeah, I think I know what's happening. It's because this is a grayscale projector. We could maybe change this. Maybe we don't need. Maybe we also don't want. Well, I can't switch here. I can't bypass this right now. Yeah, I'd like to. Wait, it does exist. This thing. This one, yes. So it's just doing a remix, right? No, wait, this is after the... Where is this coming from? Yeah, this is coming from here. So this grayscale... Okay, this is grayscale or not grayscale. And I see what we need here. So there's a multi-switch, menu switch. No, it's not this. Maybe it's this. No, it's a new feature. Index switch. No. Yeah, okay, I think it's a menu switch then. No, this is weird. No, maybe that's it. But how do I toggle? Ah, they are here. Okay. So we're gonna remove this, and here we want this one. Okay, so we have this. Okay, apparently this is not exactly... No, this is... output, of course. But what is this? True if this item is chosen by the menu output. Oh yeah, here, of course. True is A, okay. This is confusing, it's a new, but okay, it's a smart setting. Okay, then we want this here. And some remix, yeah, so we can try that. So this is A, this is B, B is this, okay, it seems to be yeah, it's because we need to combine this with this, right? B is useless without this, right? So same for C. Yeah, so the whole idea of getting so with the grease pencil, maybe we don't need this one, right? But then this one gets broken, right? So I'm gonna keep A and try to do something about this one. No, it seems to be very bad. It's still mixing with itself. Yeah, so this is not good, right? So I just would like to change, and then it's remixing with some this. Yeah, this was not planned, right, to have this third one, but because I added the grease pens. Anyways, if we look at the end, we'll get this. But yeah, definitely this is not good. We'll need mix with something like this. So this one looks interesting right now. This is too bright. Have to count on this, and let's get this one. So far it hasn't crashed, so maybe they fixed this workbench. So look at this, it's a very different result. So of course there's some blasted colors. It's not that we can't achieve this on EV, something like that, but there are certainly some effects here that are, look, that there's line art effect, I think, but here in addition to that, that would be some tracing caused by the excessive cavity stuff, and this can bring some interesting shading effects that we can't easily get on EV. It's very subtle, but all this colorful too will create some sort of actually I need some sort of combination for workbench, right? So it's like instead of this switch, I would have to maintain the previous switch and try to build something here that is special to this combination. So we could play with that just for fun. So you see the workflow. So first we want to convert, like we want this conversion here. To grayscale, maybe, no, we don't need this conversion because the colorfulness of the workbench is already giving us enough. But maybe I could decolorize it a little from, or do something from the start. Yeah, so this is interesting. We could try also a remix here, but in principle, yeah, let's try something. Let's try to affect the workbench before everything. So first let's get some very radical element here. Maybe we can try some preset. Yeah, maybe one cool preset will be sepia. Yeah, it's cliche, but it's easy to handle. So this will work like a black and white stuff, right? But with sepia, so yeah, but it's very deadly to the original colors. Can't I make this less powerful? I don't think. Okay, but look at this. It's not. Let's see what happens here. Okay, see, the value is not enough to recover EV, right? Colors. So besides this mix here, we need to add something, right? Like, yeah, I'm happy that this didn't crash anymore. So that means that apparently they fixed the bug in Blender 5.1 at last. So we need to remix here. Remix. And so this is here that we're gonna get not the mix. Well, we could use the mix now, but the mix is screw that. So I never know clearly. I need more experience to, or be more serious on the theory to understand. So you see, something like that could be cool, but this mix is not so critical in terms of the procedural texture, because precisely thanks to the value. So I'm getting a total, yeah, not a total, let's say, yeah, let's keep this thing, okay, so a lot. So that means that what I'm mixing here is the colors. So I'm mixing the colors and not so much the patterns. The patterns, they are already getting values, black and white, grayscale, from this almost 100% mix. So that means that when I remix this instead of this, right, what I get is precisely this with this. So the sepia thing, which we can certainly improve, right? Maybe try something. No, this saturation, maybe desaturate a little. Contrast. Okay, anyways, let's see this one. Of course, this for some reason makes a huge change to the brightness. I'm not sure. Ah, interesting. Yeah, whatever, let's find. Okay, let's use this. And as we go here, and then we go here, then we get the mix factor. So you can get this kind of grayish instead of full color. And this is it's interesting, but there are maybe way better stuff. Let's see what we get from the others. Multiply will probably make it too dark, although, yeah, as usual, it's horrible. Then lighting will destroy the light. Screen, same thing. Add color dodge. Very hard to use those things in my experience. Add is really also garbageful. Overlay sometimes is better than multiply, but here it's same problem of darkness. Soft lights, it's useful for certain thing, but yeah, they maybe need to make an inversion here. Now the inversion is not super useful. Let's try these crazy ones. Now difference, I mean, sometimes a bit of these ones can be very interesting to add in some sequencing or incredibly it's not crashing, so indeed we got hue. Why do we... hue? Yeah, because it's about color, so this remix is... But isn't that the same of the mix? No, the mix is different because it's some in-betweening. So the mix... But, yeah. The hue may be less destructive. I don't know, it feels better, the hue here. Let's see, saturation. And color, I'm curious about the color because, yes, but isn't that the same that I was getting here? No, absolutely not. Okay, so this is good, right? What about hue? Hue is more pastel-y, right? Color, it seems like, yeah, color is more close to the default EV, while there's also a revalue, but this won't help too much, right? Yeah, this is garbage here because we already have value. You need to do for the color here, so this is why I have this for black, for the black and white grayscale, and this is for the color RGB. So here color seems to be the way to go. We can, or this hue, right, which I think color is more colorful. So here the order I think doesn't really matter. Let's just try to keep this order as before. Yeah, so we'll use this amount of color. You see we got some not so vivid, we got some good interesting values though. Now we could bring those, yeah, those backgrounds, whatever. Let's see, some fog, some thing. Doesn't, yeah, the fog here, maybe this overlay is causing, you have to change this. Anyways, I'm gonna remake this stuff, right? So yeah, good, something like that. Then we got the stars, right? And there, and some glow, whatever. And then from here, let's see, this will blast out everything. And then we got this thing. And yeah, so here is for other effects, right? That we could, yeah, so this is the same of the same, like no need. This will be the very stylish stuff here, and here also some other stuff that are not very interesting. So here I need to rework these things according to. Let's try do something here. B, then result. Whatever. Psychedelic experience, right? This will be more the CGA stuff, right? Old school gaming. If you know some old games, PC games, also very old console games, 4 colors, just not even, yeah, colors sometimes, just not even colors, tones of one color, and yuck. Yeah, so very bizarre stuff, right? So in principle, this is to use in combination with that, right? And we have some switches, right? So you can have different expressions of. Now the base one is better. This unfortunately didn't work exactly as I was wanting in this setup for some reason that I'm not aware now, but doesn't matter. This gamma, can we just oh yeah, this gamma, of course. Why we're getting there's too much gamma, of course. Yeah, it was actually to get something like that, right? Artificial lighting, right? Yeah, this one's nice. Yeah, with default gamma, it's absolutely dark, right? We could get less dark in other ways, but okay. And then we got, yeah, we got B. What this is doing? Yeah, I have a hue right now. We got A. No, A is the non-bypassing all this, right? And A would be bypassing all this, B would be this one, and C. Yeah, so you can see how crazy we can go in some shots and yeah, okay, then I'm exaggerating just to see, and here we can also change the names here, so instead of the stuff. Okay, well, this should be here, node here. Okay, we got, so base, A and B. Yeah. Of course, we can also see that we get. This is what is it's a screen with itself. Yeah, of course, this is a lighting with itself because this is the same node. So we don't want this. So we need again another switch here. to substitute this with this, right? And actually, no. We just this remix was for, yeah, no, this is set up. Okay, no, it's not this that I need. Let's come back here. I see what we need. Actually, we don't want this here. We want this here, then this goes here. And if we want to have a the base, only the base, then we can bring it here. Okay, so here is the final. Now, if on the base, we get this. If we're on the other, which is not working because we are having something wrong about this setup, right? Yeah. So this should be a... Okay, I'm gonna make a duplicate of this because this can be useful somewhere. We're gonna switch here, simpler setup, and connect here. So this doesn't need to go here, come here. And what we get if we got this one, yeah, so I had this just as small variations of possibilities, right? Screen and light, and so it's just to remember they are very close. I don't really know theoretically what they do, but they're very close one to the other. It's lighting garbage. So basically, whichever feels better, but actually, I think this is not useful. I think I'll conserve the lighten. More interesting than that would be to actually remix between this, make a mix between this and this. That would be kind of crazy, right? So instead of the switch, what we can do is really a mix color, and maybe the mix is not ideal still, but ah, there we go, we got a crash. So that took a while, so maybe this is more about the fact that I was being not wrong file. Okay, I need to re-render. So if it is crashing again, I've been experiencing some other crash since even without compositing, so that's still compositing with this glow compositing setup. So maybe it's just the stream, right? So here we don't want this thing. So what will be interesting will be to get a mix color for now. Then we transfer this here and here. And then this will grant us, yeah, the lower one is bad, but you see, this is interesting, right? If we did multiply here, also other kind of uh, setting here to mix between this result and this result, right? This could be very interesting, right? And we can do with any kind of even you can go nuts with some sort of, who knows what kind of effect we might get sometimes. Color, saturation, and inverting maybe. Interesting, right? And there's more, right? We can like lots of these effects. It's a screen, right? Lots of these effects are quite artistic on their own. Look at this. Oh. Crazy palette, right? So we can take overlay, right? Interesting. Lot of contrast. Soft light maybe here, yeah. Soft light and linear light. No, linear light is too strong, right? Soft light is a bit crazy here, right? And this is just one shot. Imagine what we can do with an animation full of this thing, right? Then we got this crazy combination. Do you even ever use Workbench render? Yes, welcome, Carlos knows not. It's better to be Socratic. Yeah, so I know that. So basically, yes, this is Workbench rendering. This is dual compositing. We have two scenes. One is EV, it's rendered with the EV render engine, and the other one is if you go very to the beginning later, I have some tutorials on this, you can look in this method, but here I'm presenting anyways. We have the same, it's a linked duplicate of the EV1, linked copy, right? And what this does is that this one is the same scene except that a linked copy, right? Except that it's using a workbench with all this bunch of stuff. And the compositor here doesn't matter. The compositor that matters is the first scene. It's from this where I will composite. And so then I get the same render layer, but the difference is that this one is for the first scene on EV, and the second one is this WB, which is workbench. So, and then I found out that we can mix the procedural texture of that doesn't work on workbench, is just catch image textures but not procedural textures. So this is horrible in some sense. Workbench doesn't use light objects, can't use light objects, can't use procedural shading, procedural textures. So, but we can mix both. So here what I'm getting, this is the pure EV, which has been rendered a little better in later versions of Blender, in my opinion. I almost didn't need this dual compositing anymore. But and this is the pure EV with per workbench, not very good shot here, but with sepia, some preset here that just to make some black and white effect with some color. And then we got a value mix node, right? Mix load on a value thing, mixed color node, right? It's a mixed color node with the value, and the value is just the blacks, whites, and the grayscale, and so tones. So here, what you get, you mix almost maximum. It could be maximum too. It won't make too much difference. But if I take this off, I lose the procedural textures. But with this, I can get the procedural textures, even though I'm mixing, well, I'm merging the EV and workbench. So I'm getting the light effects, I'm getting the shading effects from EV or cycles at the same time that I'm getting into the whole set with this value mix color node here, the procedural effects to this mix, and then I'm remixing just to get some bunch of mix that sepia thing, do it something like that to be a bit more colorful, and then go some misty bloom, stars, background, whatever, and then what we get is then I decide to make black and white. This is an old setup, but it works. We can get some cool effects out of here, and then we got this, and remixing EV compositing with workbench, exactly that. That is so cool. Yeah, this is like a find that I've made about 1 year ago, right when I was messing up with this. I was starting to learn rendering techniques in Blender, like compositing, and I fell in love with the compositor, with compositing in Blender, like shading, shader editor, shader editors for noobs. Like, of course I'm joking, but the thing is that there are a lot of stupid tutorials on shader editors, making a lot of fancy stuff with shaders, and what they don't tell you is that, because they don't realize, right, that lots of those shading events you can actually get there broadly in some other workaround with the compositor alone. So self-shading, why the hell would someone make self-shading from shaders? Yeah, certainly that works, that gives some effect, but you need to do that shader by shader. It's completely nuts, it's completely stupid. While you can get, you see, isn't this some sort of self-shading? I'm not even trying to do self-shading here. I'm trying to get something more original that has some elements of more illustrative elements, right? And so you can do a lot by with the compositor, and it's much funnier. So I've been spending hours and hours and days on trying out setups and improving setups for example, ambient occlusion. You can make ambient occlusion node in the shader editor. It's completely stupid to do this. I'm joking, of course, there are reasons to do that, but you can just apply a generic ambient occlusion, just as I have here, is a pass, view layer, and then you activate the paths, the passes, and there are good tutorials on compositor, but you need to watch. Usually you don't follow a course that applies something exactly what you need, then it takes a while, but not too much. If you already know nodes in Blender and shader editor, you probably can do very well. Just start learning, try to experiment. Nowadays compositor can become an asset, node 3 asset, so it's revolutionary. Just a few months ago it was updated like that. Blender 5 I think got that. Then we have these assets presets that you can help a lot. I'm not super inspired by them, but yeah, it's very cool, and probably more will be coming. Before these exist, I was doing many of those stuff myself, and so imagine the amount of things you can do with you can have lots of these variations, and it's crazy, right? So you can spend, you can't do everything right there. It's still hardcore stuff, research, but it's if you know some ways to get stuff done, you get so here in the end, at the very end, there's the filter, the diamond sharpen that is making the, you can mute the node, so it's sharpening the edge. And there are Kuahara, which is this pasterly effect. Like, you can get stuff like go nuts, like but I usually in my project don't want this level of pasterly stuff, but although you could remix this with yeah, let's see something here. We could probably remix this result with a non-Kuahara, the original, and then you get this, and then we get here, and then we get here, and yeah, this, and let's see, then we get this mix. Then we are, although we are making this crazy Kuahara, we will overlay something to bring these lines into, not sure this is work, this is a random idea here, but we want to maybe add, I don't know, value. No, I really don't know here what would mix this properly in a more elegant way, but mix apparently, yeah, I think overlay, because it relates to transparency stuff. Maybe some, let's say, what is this craziness? No, this is not this one. Where we were at divide. Subtract. No, this one. Color, no, value. Let's invert this. Yeah, like this one is hard, but you see it gets some blurry effect. So we are essentially mixing this with this in some way, but here it's difficult. I don't know what. Maybe multiply. Yeah, whatever. This is a ridiculous amount of Kuahara anyways. But probably we can overlap these. I don't know, I never tried this particular thing, so something here might work, but maybe we need a lot more stuff to get something good here. So essentially, go back to this other Kuahara. Wait, I think we... Okay, hopefully fully crashed because I wanted to load. Compositing is a beast. Composite workbench definitely gets ignored for the most part. Yeah, some people use for technical drawings for some very specific projects. Actually, it can be very, not that I participate in any of this, but there are some results that workbench is very straightforward because it's very simplistic. So if you need this very colorful, simple and precise results, sometimes workbench is very cool. But they are, if you want some other examples, I have some. It's in my YouTube channel. There is 2 tutorials at least that relate to this. Hold on, let's see here. You need just to look. I'm trying here because it can be useful. This one, rendering. So it's in my channel here. So you go gnomes lights, and here this playlist has got at least 3 related rendering stuff, but these are the 2 ones important where I try to explain. These are older setups, right? But if you, yeah, I'm gonna share here the playlist where I try to explain this a bit of the concept of this dual compositing. Yeah, and this is the time where I discovered it was almost Christmas 2024. Yeah, and so perfect, we'll definitely check it out. Yeah, I was very fascinated by the results. In this case, I was starting to get results with lighting and some very strong workbench colorful thing with EV that looked like reminded me some results that we have in comic books, like superheroes comic books, slightly like that, right? Here I don't want to push the detail value because of the, so that's it. So you can watch that later and you can get the try yourself. But what I'm doing here is essentially the same concept but with some revamped things, right? Essentially let's in EV there is the problem of the darkness of the scene, but this can be countered in many ways, and now that in Blender 5 we can get very good results of lighting on EV with the light objects, because there is the exposure value on the light object. So this is revolutionary. It was very tricky to get not workbench, to get EV work well with lighting. It was always too dark, overly dark, but now we can it's still dark, but now with the light we can get. The problem with dual compositing technically is that Blender cannot visualize in real time the final result, and this is a shame. Like, it's not supported, so we'll only be seeing the output of EV, and it will, or the workbench, depending on which render engine you have in this current scene. And then, so this is not the final compositing. So in order to check what was really gonna happen, you need to see in the render, and then we will see it's compositing, and there we go. It's quite fast, right? But there's no real time, right? So this is a bit tricky. And so with this compositing we can, yeah, actually let's get a better, yeah, I'm bringing the camera with me. I don't want the camera with me. Hold on. So we can, for example, let's travel to some camera here. So I started with some saying, then I ended up talking about something else. But basically about the scenery, the thing that I didn't, yeah, so for example, this relates to what I'm talking about. When you model, when you make scenery, concept art, design for games and levels and all that, sometimes you are more focused on the experience of traveling, like the walking thing. Why I can't walk? I think, oh, because it crashed, I think I lost the shortcut. Yeah, probably. Let's preference, let's just make sure this. Okay, now we can walk. Where's the, I'm not sure I'm walking here. Anyways, so we want to get this playability experience, right, of immersion. But then if we as I happen to be badly influenced maybe by games, Mass Effect, I was talking, for example, which is sci-fi, RPG, solo, then the problem is that this tends to get the wrong idea about storytelling. So start to generate big sceneries that maybe they work in storytelling as well, not just as a game level, but then you have to fabricate a lot of stuff that you're not even gonna use. But worse than that, you don't, in the cinema show, in the animation show, in TV series, whatever, there is a directive approach. So it's not so much the entire scenery, immersive scenery that you can walk around that matters. It's more about shots. So it matters more that we get the right shots. So maybe, for example, let me give a concrete example. If I can get enough good shots that I need specifically for a movie, maybe I just need this shot of this, or 2 or 3 shots here. So for example, and we don't see the assets that might be placed in some of this corridor. For example, this one has some assets here, and it takes a lot of time if I were to build it everywhere. But in more than in games, in animation, it's directive. We can cheat, yeah, and more in some sense. And then I don't need to build everything. So I just need to build based on shots and points of view that are wordful. So this is much more about drawing, designing the, and so this is would be my next approach, new approach here to this whole thing. Not that I will not try to model the labyrinthic topology of architectural topology of this crazy thing, big ship, but not so big ship. But then the thing is that I 100% agree. I always build my scene based on shot composition. Sorry, shot composition. Yes. So exactly, and I was having a hard time doing that because I have not been drawing enough. I was a bit lost in this idea of RPG game that you know that you will be walking, and I tried to get everything good, while this is completely stupid from the perspective of, right? Of course it's versatile, but I'm not making a game level. And even in the game level, you don't have to have everything perfect, right? So it turns out that I need to focus on the storyline, and then from that decide precisely which shots I need to start to make the composition, right? And then, for example, this is a place that I need to use, so I need to focus on that place and somehow possibly ignore whichever things will occupy these others. So there might be places that I just need some stuff and not too much, right? Because they are just, right, they are just be right. Anyways, so this is what I wanted to mention. Let's I was looking for here because I want to composite something from another camera. Let's see what happens. Right, because I don't know, I never rendered this shot here with that compositor setup that quickly revamped. Yeah, there is a mistake here of the camera. And what's happening is that the camera didn't follow up, apparently. Yeah, so there are some annoying things that sometimes you have to. Sometimes the scenes they get, like, certain things don't follow. Yeah, this is intriguing, right? Very. That's very nice, right? Sometimes you get crazy results, right? So this is very interesting. Render composite. This is dual compositing, right? So an example. So our mixing workbench with EV. Let's go for another. Let's keep in the camera. Let's go maybe here. University. Now this is horrible right now. Let's see if the workbench adapt. No, apparently we need to. Maybe it's a bug. Okay, go back to here. Let's render this. Compositing, yeah. So I can get EV glass effect, while Workbench can't get glass effects, right? It gets a bit disrupted, but not disrupted enough that it can't be used, in my opinion. So you see, look at this. It doesn't, and we can also do cycles. Yeah, we can also do cycles Workbench. Why not? Cycles EV. I don't know. Let's cycles EV Workbench. But cycle is longer, right? Let's see what we can get here. Max samples. No, this is viewport. Minimum. Okay, let's see. Just see what this does, right? Not sure this is. Anyways, let's take off the noise. I don't know what this will produce. My computer. Samples. Yeah, compositing. Maybe I need the denoiser after all. Two little samples. I don't know why it's so bright. Yeah, probably because these are emissions. And in cycles, I don't use cycles too much. I don't like waiting. And also, it's very hard to get good results with cycles for NPR. So some people are saying now that cycles is the future for NPR. I doubt so, but it's possibly that it's the case, or it would be the case. So, but I think EV still now. Oh, there we go, crash. Okay, so enough of the scenery. So this is the. Let's go for the rigging part now. So. Here there are a lot of stuff to do. Here I don't have the compositing. We have some compositing node here, but this is pure EV. Let's see. What is this? This is probably a poor setup. Not even. Yeah, it got broke from some updates, and some nodes that appear randomly. I don't know. This is a schematic. Blender created this automatically there or after some update. So here is, oh yeah, this was something about grease pencil. I'm not sure what this. Okay, we need to render this to look what we have here. It's not very good though, I remember. This camera is oh no, it's just too far away. Okay. Here I want to use the scene world. Now let's use this because I don't have any other thing, so don't know good lighting in here. So yeah, here would be like. Okay, let's render this and see. Your style is so cool. Do you have inspiration for your 3D style of render? I have some inspiration because, yeah, as you research this rendering stuff on your own or look at what exists already, yeah, I see what you mean. Do you have inspirations for your not from the 3D style of rendering? Yes, but it's hard to tell because exactly because the references are sort of mixed. here and there, right? So I can't tell, like right now. Yeah, there's some reflection that is horrible here. Let's see what things are doing here. So this is the ink part. This is this one, and this one is it's kind of shading. Okay. And then here is the ambient occlusion and the mix with the soft light. So the lighting is horrible on EV right here. Then we got this thing that is the mix and remix. Don't remember this stuff. What is this? Okay, mix and yeah. So this is very crude. Mix and this is probably not my achievement. And here filters, yeah, split toning. This is a preset that is not helping too much. Then we have Kuahara, some Kuahara, and then some filter. Yeah, so here you see, of course, this no light in the ambient, so it's not interesting at all. So the only reason I don't delete this is perhaps there was something relevant to keep here. Maybe this worked on certain lighting, because I think I removed the light. No, I have them. They are working, but I don't know what happened to them. Maybe let's use the scene world. Let's see if this does anything better. I don't know what's this thing in the shading here. Where this is coming from. So the ideas of renderings, 3D renders. Yeah, so I get a lot of ideas from this Star Trek, like cozy interiors of sci-fi that inspired me a lot in terms of 3D render. Low poly, also lots of low poly things inspire me a lot, and low poly renders. But I can't name anything right now. Mass Effect, yeah, Mass Effect is a big inspiration, although it's not low poly. I think it's not. It's a bit more to be a bit more realistic, but it's quite stylized, I would say. In some way that looks fancy. So I'm. Anything else that I have a lot of references, but let's see if maybe. So for example, scenery, I have reference for characters, and let's say, but here's more about the character designs and for the renders. So yeah, so I get a lot of more inspiration from ambience like than actually the renders themselves lately. Because in terms of rendering, yeah, I have some ideas, but reference, but I don't research them enough because it's very hard to find exactly what you want. And then even if I find some very cool thing, yeah, in Pinterest there are a lot of great renders, 2D or 3D, but to match those in Blender, it's super hard, especially if it's on NPR. So there are certain styles that I couldn't match ever, and from some old game styles. Anyway, let's go back here and get. So definitely I should bring the compositor setup from the other scene, but it doesn't matter. Let's continue here and get the rigging stuff going. Okay, plan. I need this one indeed. I personally love 2.7T 1979 Blender rendering and also soft image 3D. I'll have to look at soft image 3D renders. If you have a link to some reference, just if you can share, just put the link there. I take a look. Then I comment. Otherwise, I'll look later. Anyways, no problem. So I don't know exactly what these would be. Probably I've seen some Blender 2.75 renders. Okay, so here the things to do are more hardcore managerial stuff. I'm not gonna go here because this is a bit more complicated to get it right as the way I want. And this depends also that before fixing a helper rig, it's fundamental to fix previous stuff in the logic of the workflow and this kind of software CG art, right? And this order means that the helper rig, no, not the helper, yeah, the helper rig, for example, needs to be done with paint and all that after the base rig, the skeleton rig, for example. And so exactly, I have a skeleton rig that last time I've checked, it was correct, but actually there is a mistake because I've made some adjustments to the skeleton rig itself, and these adjustments need some critical. Okay, I'll also need this render. Let's go for, no, this is just a camera. Okay, so I need this, so let's get by this stuff. So basically we're gonna hide the leverage system. The base skeletal bone, right? These are the ones which got. I need a revision, right? Maybe there are some rogue waves here and there. Yeah, here for example. This doesn't look necessary. I'll try different this time. We're gonna go exactly because I have in the middle of the joint, exactly in this low poly thing, so we can just do this. Maybe this will be better than here. We're gonna, because maybe I can trust the helper bones. I have some bones in here. Maybe we can. I would like to see if I could simplify this topology, but this is like this will be a bonus thing. So from here, maybe we can. So I'm suspecting here we got some problem from the position of this of the intersection here. Like there should be a well, yeah, of course I'm getting confused because of the so this face will become a bit too big, so this is bad, but I need to try to match this about here, right? So maybe this will bring up. And here, because of the shape, I can't really change this too much. Yeah, so maybe I should remove. No, but I added exactly more vertices precisely to have yeah, I added more vertices precisely to because of the bendy bones that were added. Yeah, so probably have to stay like this. Okay, maybe this works. So this topology is a bit bizarre, but what it does is that essentially we are just taking off two entire face loops from when towards the knee and the shin. So I found that the upper arm and there's the same pattern here. The upper arm and the thigh, because they are close to the torso, they connect to the torso, then they need more, it's more complex, so they need to have the more geometry, otherwise it will be very hard to get them rigged correctly for the character design I have. So that's why we could collapse those into trigons even. But you know, there's joint here, there's joint there. This part is safer. This part starts to get tricky. I think it's still safer here, but there are some muscles here, so this part is the safe. So maybe you could end up with this in triangles instead of doing all this crap here. So maybe this is a mistake, like a stupid mistake, a stupid decision. Just not to risk trigons, but yeah, it's probably a bad idea in the end. We won't have the final face loop, so this is handy to have this kind of face loop, but sometimes this also is not good because it will make managing the mesh sometimes more dangerous. Yeah, you can accidentally. I have to take more care about okay, let's go back to the wave paint. investigation. So now the bone is at that joint, so we're gonna expand here, and maybe this will start to fix one of those crappy artifacts that I was getting in the whole torso. This doesn't look very nice, so I think I'm gonna do this. Here we're gonna remove all that. I'm gonna blur this one. And then we're gonna blur here, I guess. Maybe it's not good for bendy bone connection, but I think this will work. We'll see in a moment. We're still having some artifact there that it changed, so this part is better at least, but something there which is probably not related to... Wait, what's happening to... Yeah, I think this is wrong actually. We need this. And maybe... Yeah, this helps a little, but doesn't seem to have solved the entire. So probably I'm getting... Yeah, so it's probably something else. Maybe the bendy... Okay, let's try to fix now this one. So here we're gonna use this joint. Mesh joint, right? It's not exactly in the center. Maybe this one we can manage a little better. Yeah, maybe I need to do this because of this particular kind of interaction of bendiness for these limbs. We're gonna tweaker limbs with. This is not ideal for bendy bones, but let's see if this will work. We need the tweaker. Now we need this and this. Oh yeah, I think we solved the tweaker. So now it's very smooth, right? This part has got some weirdness to it. Maybe this is normal. Yeah, this one didn't improve so much, but yeah, we see what I just have this. The distribution of the mesh is not very good in the thigh, so no wonder this is not working very well. But also there might be competition, because no, it's not so badly distributed. So maybe there is having some competition because of other helper bones which are not correctly addressed. So let's go back to the base skeleton here. I think this is the end here. I'm gonna leave this thing not touching the foot because they didn't receive any change. So, well, maybe just revising the foot. Okay, so I have these toes here that were not developed, so maybe we can do this now. Here we're gonna use the can we use the auto normalize with this? I think this won't work. Yeah, now I'm scared of using that because maybe there are more waves here. I don't want to take off those waves. Yeah, helper knuckle. Yeah, so I don't like to use this anyways, but it didn't take off the, so we need to instead do this and just, well, just get the face loop here. Let's use it's restricted. Okay, I'll get now this value and Control X. There we go. We need to gonna need a few more here. The waves don't look very good here. The topology is not, I need to change this anyway, so I think the problem is this bone. No, these deforms seem to be, maybe there are rogue waves here? No. Yeah, we could expand here. Yeah, that's enough. And then in the middle between the toes. Yeah, just here and here, and that's it. Okay. Then here I believe we need more. Yeah, we did some. Probably need here a little. Yeah, this probably helps. Then we want to blur here. I think we need strong waves here. Slow poll is simplified, but I want to make all the tools in the end. All the 4 tools that this character has, not 5, 4, including the big tool. So there are aliens everywhere. So here we need to get. Yeah, I'm gonna blur this back part here to improve. Doesn't look to improve too much. Add so much gonna make slight waves here just to have a bit more of dynamic. That's all. And then problem is that I have to reproduce this pattern. It's annoying, right? So, but we can do it. Like we still can't make the loop selection here. No, first this one. We're gonna change this to lower values such as this. Yeah, this is super boring, but we're gonna get this right. It was for future implementation. Let's, I think this is the last one for the yes, it requires this value. there. So this one is complete. Now I need to assess what we've done here. So basically this was this value, and then for this bone. Now we need this value for the central face loop for this bone. Okay, it would be this one. There we go, and then we have this, all this that goes around. No, doing the wrong. Actually, there is a mistake here. Yeah, it shouldn't be affecting that other part, because now we have this thing, right? So let's go back here and get again this value here, and then here we're gonna this is mixing. No, it's adding. Add is garbage. And after that, we can, yeah, we use the last one. No, I think here it's let's send this part. Maybe you get this one too, or not. Okay, and here we blur this. And that should be, let's see. Yeah, this seems to be good enough now. Yeah, this there would be better ways to rig this, of course, with helper bones. other strategies, but in principle, very crudely, it is working, right? I haven't planned usually in the character design for the cars to be barefoot anytime, but it is good to have this possibility. At least she has big toes and toes separated for now. That should be enough. That means that she could be wearing some, let's say, sockets that are special. So this will be more for the future, right? So now the lower part, oh no, there are more bones, but let's get to check some other skeletal bones around here. So this is seems fine. I'm not gonna touch. Apparently there's a mistake here. This is because of some wrong inversion, apparently, in the mirrored side. Yeah, let's reset just in case there are some. Yeah, this one won't do nothing because this is not symmetric. So maybe there's a similar problem here. Yeah. It's with these bones which are close to the center, they get yeah, what the hell is this? There's some extra bone that shouldn't. Oh, it's an old forearm that didn't get deleted. Yeah, let's delete now. Okay, so here is where we need to. Okay, let's. Yeah, so no, I don't expect any rogue waves in the opposite side, so this doesn't matter. So this is it for all these bones, right? Maybe here we could improve this, but it's fine for now. Yeah, so this is now what matters. Where is the... Okay, here is the center. So as we can see, this is the upper arm. And we are in the wrong vertex group, which fortunately has nothing to do with I hope I didn't change any mesh. Oh yeah, we did some mesh editing. Crap. So what to fix this is very simple. We just need to manipulate all this mesh. So we're gonna, from the basics, we're gonna vertex from this selection, blend from shape, from the eyelash anatomic. not add. All right, now these shapes are, these changes are here indeed, and they get even worse here. They are doubling. So now what you need to do is to, from this, we don't want the, we could use propagate here, but now we're gonna use this from the bases, and there we go. So if this doesn't work now, yeah, so we reverted this change. So we need to get this locked, and here, okay, to prevent some stupid actions to occur. So let's go now to the arm. Yeah, so here of course it shouldn't work because this, what is this? Okay, this is a trigger bone that is not being used. So we want to readjust all this here, and here we're gonna blur one step. Is that how I was doing? Yes, red in the collision, so it's a, and then we start to blurring out gradually to create a better, a smoother transition, although this shouldn't be necessary for bendy bones, but apparently, I don't know, I'm confused, but it seems that it what works. So we're gonna get more expressive stuff here. Then here's a bigger. So this will be completely irrelevant, almost completely irrelevant when we pose the whole limb, the whole forearm. However, when we posed, because they will move together here, right? So nothing will change here. But if we pose here, then this will start to affect. So then there will be more blending, assumedly. Okay, now the joint, different strategy here that I've decided to take off this up to here. Decide to remove this. Not sure this will be good, but yeah, good to, maybe because they are bendy bones, so I have this idea. Let's leave this like this. So we're gonna start by blurring the extremity because there is full red here. I think that it was the case of actually, as it's reached the joint, starts to blur already. Okay, let's try to reproduce that pattern. Yes, so it's, well, no, it will be here. Okay, so you start blurring from this part, and then we start to get this orangish, I don't know which color is that, but, and it should end about here. Yes, something like that. Maybe a small extrapolation here wouldn't be too bad. Okay, and same here. Very tiny adjustments. Then here, yeah, get this one. Stronger here. And there we go. That should be good to go. Now the opposite. We're gonna remove all this. So now this could be considered rogue waves. Because now I have more bones competing with these waves. So it's really not necessary to have all this. Okay, so as we start to reach here, we don't want this. Let's start in this way instead. Here we want to get all this, saving. All right, so from here we start strong blur here. Now this small blur here as it reaches the joint. Then center is not very good. It's not like that, right? We're gonna pick this value here then. No. Yeah. It was not like this in previous Blender. Okay, this one we just blur in between, interpolation, right? And then here, reinforce here, and then the final loop. There we go. Then there's some technique about depending on the, I always forget, even approximation, which vertices we, maybe I did that already. Like, yeah, here we tend to spread more the mesh, and here we start to, and then there is something about, okay, the forearm will get more waves in the elbow, while this will get when it's one direction of bending, right? I have noted this somewhere. Oh, we could just test the hell out of that, right? To see. Like, so the idea would be if I get more waves here for the upper arm, this could turn into a better elbow. You barely see any difference. It looks like it make it sharper, right? And if I add more waves here, it will be not very good, right? And here, if I add more, it also turns horrible. But here what's happening is that probably have some helper bones that are not fixed. They are doing some, they are creating artifacts because they have we have to adapt their waves most likely. So here we need to add this, and that should be enough. Let's see. Looks like that I forgot that, yeah, we are missing another one like this. Okay, so that can work. Yeah, so it's just one light cyan blur stuff, right? Turkish, something like that. Turquoise. Yeah, something like this indeed. And for the from this direction, same here. And this part is suspicious. I believe it should have at least this, something like this. And as for the hand, it should be fine. Yeah, nothing seems, the joint here, wrist is okay. I have good results in the joints with the setup of the dual fan bone system here, which we're gonna take a look in a moment. So I forget to rename these bones appropriately, so we're gonna call them so instead of wrist, we're gonna call wrist orientation yeah. Twister will be wrong. It's more like row. It's also incorrect. Yeah, row is correct. It uses the forearm rule. Ah, no, hold on. B for bones, there we go. And I hope this is using the correct one. Then yes. So apparently I deleted the roll of here, and this might be causing some problems because this bone should be twisting like crazy, but no. Mechanism skeleton, all right. So we're gonna change this again. We're gonna call this mechanism upper arm. Mechanism upper arm limb. Yeah, actually we're gonna do all that for all these ones here. Took me one day to figure. What is this toggle? I don't know what is this, but anyways, extend. Okay, then right, exactly these bones, wherever it says point, we're gonna rename as limb. Never did this. Let's hope that works. Yeah, shin limb. All right, so that would allow us to rename these big the smaller mechanisms, and reset their calculations. Select mirror extend, Control F2. So instead of this whole thing, we're gonna add a script characters. They will automatically tell that this is mechanism type and this is mechanism type. That will mean that as they now are combining the naming of, so the deform thigh now is exactly as mechanism type. So they are matching the counting. The thigh 001 is matching the thigh 001 here. So this is a bit more organized. So I had to, so this is the limb upper arm, so it's the entire limb, but all of them are mechanism bones. The size is conflicting, but this one here is the higher hierarchy mechanism. All right, so here we might be able to check some of the results of this crazy cartoon setup, right? And I was mentioning that I don't understand how this bone what is this thing? Mechanism upper arm 002. This bone doesn't exist. Oh, they got messed up. All right, crap. So I have to, okay, this one we're gonna, I think, yeah, the thing got completely wrong in its assessments of the, is because the parenting, they are not one parent to the other, so it got confused. It did whatever it wanted. Of course, I was unlucky here, so we need to change all this. And this 1, 2, mirror, extend. This won't work, so Ctrl F2. We need here the set suffix 001 because it's the last thing. No, why? Okay, this is correct. And for some reason, return this other. So we will strip characters from these ones. If they were parented, this one to this one, then this technique would have gone straight or worked straight ahead. So, but it didn't. So it inverted the bone. So okay. So I can't understand what this bone is doing. Oh yeah, here we go. It is twisting from the it is being twisted. So this might be causing some bad results. So this is simple to fix. We need to recover this bone here. I will align this with this one. which has the z-axis pointing upwards, and now we're gonna change these bones. We're gonna also move this Alt M to, don't even know in which layer. Yeah, what layer is this? Deform skeleton. Okay, this is good, but we need to also move them to Shift M, clone them to the, assign them to the deformation. They are not deformed bones by themselves, but if we separate them from the, no, they're already there apparently. Yeah, okay, this is good. So I was lucky, I didn't know what I did. I was duplicating bone in here, but they duplicate in the even if we are not in the selected collection, bone collection, they will still be generated from the where we did it, as they use the same bone collections that their original had, so that that saved the day. So here we need to Control F2. We're gonna use this as a, yeah, we're gonna strip characters, but we can't reorganize. So this needs some updates here. So we need first to move the, instead of wrist, we're gonna call this, yeah, instead of wrist for arm, we're gonna call this shoulder upper arm, and then we strip characters, and I don't know what this is. There we go. And we parent this to this. It will be a bit boring. What is the parent of this? Is it tweaker? No, this is the handle. It's parent to a big important bone, so not a mechanism bone, although this should be the mechanism hand. No, it's hold on. That might be twisting the. Oh, no, it's because this has its own bone roll. The parent doesn't matter. Parent bypass the roll. It doesn't care about orientations. So this means that we run this, we parent it to something else, and there it gets its own. It's flexible, so you can parent bones with completely disordered rolls, and they will bridge right themselves altogether without problems. But this is, so you just need to parent it, that will adapt. But bone constraint is not like that usually. So, okay, so, and nor is this. So this needs to have the correct roll, and this got the same roll as the forearm, something, control forearm, which you don't see here, or these mechanisms, yeah. So they have this roll here. It's rigified on roll for the some of the main direction of bending usually of the limb. So yeah, so the parent here doesn't really matter. I think I'm gonna parent it to the, if I had a mechanism hand, yeah, but I don't really have a, Wait, apparently we have some. No, we. The thing here in these joints are complicated because there's a lot of other systems, maybe stacking functionalities, so it's not a good idea here. So that's why I just parented it. Yeah, I wouldn't like to parent it to the mechanism though, so we just parent to the tweak shoulder then. Now we get the bone we got here, and we change this target, and this will fix its. So the cool thing maybe is that now we can have a few more, some sort of manipulation over that. Not sure that is gonna be good, but maybe this will help. Yeah, we could also parent this instead to the. Let's try this. So if we do this, yeah, it gets straight, but then we can have this. Let's see what. What happens in this case? Yeah, I don't know. I think I prefer this behavior here. Although this tweaker bone, maybe I need to revise something about it, but we have various. Yeah, so this thing is a minor thing, but it could be relevant. I need to look at an older rig what this is parented to. I think we have one here, but this one is simple. Let's see where it's parented. Yeah, so indeed the tweak hip. Right. So that's okay. So this is correct. No need revision. Even though maybe I need to do something about some small revision of how to improve this. All right, so we got all this base skeleton apparently with the proper waves now. The thing about base skeleton, to be fair, it's very crude because it just won't solve the major artifacts that would occur in more expressive poses of the character, which are the most important ones for some action, animation, whatever. So it's very crude, this base skeleton, if we consider that the base skeleton is really very basic stuff. It's pure, so it's not it's just, in my experience, it's just about getting the waves more or less, not do anything stupid, basically get regular developments, and of course there are different strategies, so it's an open field, right? Maybe here we could have a few more interpolation. So as long as the basic skeleton is not very stupid, that should be okay for going for the helper rigs and corrective methods, whichever they are, because the the basic skeleton will never solve the artifacts on its own with those crappy industry standard old school skinning algorithms, also called skinning methods. They are just some stupid calculations regarding the reality of the requirements of the demands of organic rigging for quality. That's why probably big studios or whoever do serious or long enough or quality research on organic rigging for the skinning methods, right? There are papers on that. There are you can read a few, but it's hard to understand the maths without some background already and some study, because it's linear algebra and plenty of other stuff, so equations. But I don't think it's too hard. Actually, it's just I'm restudying linear algebra. I had this on in university. I studied geology for 4 years, and I had some basic, not basic, but like elementary maths for mathematics, like applied mathematics, like pure garbage, right? That people don't apply really for anything that matters, really. Yeah, so usually, so that's why I study maths and just keep destroying the world with the sciences, right? Instead of helping. Of course, there are people that make technology and make discoveries, scientific discoveries, good research that exists, but science is not neutral, right? Kuhn have made the theory, right? The one of theory of how science works, right? What's the structure of science? It's a societal thing, right? You have community. It's made by scientists, right? So it's not a machine. And then what happens is that because of that, there are forces, even capital force, financial, economic, which impose, not necessarily impose, but in some sense, they drive patterns of how science, which discoveries will be published, which scientists will be invested, right? So there are vested interests, so that's and cultural influence also, and there are disputes, internal disputes. So it's all human, it's all and if we don't if the community, if the population don't have any say, a political say into what is good to develop, to research for the scientists, they often, not all of them, of course, some resist and do important research, but they end up following the money, for example, what made it. And often those research are completely useless, if not, but worse than useless, they are evil. They are meant to for agendas which are not for the good of the majority. They are just for a big tech company, even for government whatever. It's not useful. So we are a big waste of scientific intelligence because the money is not going where it should. And the money should go, in my opinion, to the research that matter for the population, right? To educate the population, to bring, and even the scientist community, to make education, even scientific education, better, to make technologies that will actually not ruin society like we are being ruined by technology that is created, right? So that's all this garbage, right? So essentially, the let's say return to work as I focus on the conversation, but on this monologue. But essentially, that's why I bring this. Yeah, because of the skinning algorithm, right? So where are the science of rigging right now? That's all. They're not doing anything, right? And who? Because there's no money invested in this. It's not important. So I don't know. It's unbelievable that to this day there is just not, like, a blender cannot use a better organic rigging skinning algorithm because just there's not enough minds or people or investment in this kind of scientific say this is computer science, right? But where is the money? Apparently no one cares about skinning algorithms. Now there, yeah, as I mentioned, they are reserved, but if just if more people were doing having the resource or the interest to make this particular research for the good of rigging, for example, beyond Blender, but for the cultural industry even, why not? So it will benefit everyone, right? But while are doing the industry, they don't care about, yeah, it's completely dumb. So at the same time, there are a lot of upgrades to being done and performance of graphics, but what about performance of rigging? The guys can't pop out an algorithm of skinning with linear algebra. What are doing these thousands and millions of students and linear algebra? They know sufficient to do something about this without skinning. So it's unbelievable. It's just a waste of resources, right? Of course, there are not so many people interested at the same time in linear algebra and skinning, but they exist. Some people are doing the research, but it's very slow apparently, and so it takes long. It's complicated, but nothing can be as complicated like creating a new vaccine. No, that is complicated. That is really complex, right? Making just a little improvement in skinning algorithm that is performative, this can't be that difficult, right? They've done this like decades ago, and we are still using decades-old tech industry standards. There's no reason. Okay, so that's why we suffer. That's why wave paint is wave pain. It's because there is not, the resources are not being well oriented. Because it's irrational. That is the logic of the development of science, of the science in general. It's irrational, it's illogical, it has its own forces. There is a rational force, of course, for the good, but it's not just rational development. It's the choices they make up science to develop, to make certain discoveries favoring certain production of technologies and science and discoveries that are not necessarily what is required. Okay, enough of this. Let's okay. So I need to go back to the the base skeleton, right? So the base skeleton is done. Now I need to address another wave thing, which would be related to. Okay, let's address whichever system here that I happen to have for the body. I should be assessing them from the basic stuff. So here we have now this bone, it's a very specific bone. Maybe we should change it to I don't know, envelope, so it's easier to spot. Otherwise it's yeah, let's make something like that, right? It's not an envelope bone for the matter of envelope, but I don't like this aura, but there is nothing to do about it because it is selected and it's a deformed bone. It needs to be a deformed bone, so that is the thing. Alright, so it's a bit more visible than the octahedral. I think this is better. But now we need to assess its wave. And the wave for the crotch, yes, this doesn't sound too wrong. Why it has this? Yeah, there are some. Maybe this is good for belly leverage. So let's get the entire navel. Okay, for some reason it's hard to paint in this. There we go. Yeah, I think this is too much now. Yeah, about here should be fine. Maybe this one too. Now here on the side it starts to... No, maybe it makes sense, but I want to reduce this part. I think this part is... Yeah, maybe here it's too much already. Because there is the leg there, so it's better not to push all that. Yeah, so the blurring has often some issues regarding the... If this goes up, it's bizarre, so... But here I'm not using the... But it won't go up in principle, so I think this is... Yeah, better to be safer here, so let's remove these two solid waves. This part, should it correspond? Yeah, it's the inner thigh, but maybe it's important for the crotch. Thinking about it, yeah, it can then carry this inner part a little more, so that makes but I think we're gonna have to, yeah, at least this is adding. Okay, and that's it. Then yeah, this maybe also is good to. Okay, here we got some road waves. Maybe here is also. Okay, let's see from a side view. Yeah, so maybe we want to reach this part here. Yeah. Not sure it makes sense for the gluteus, all this, but possibly there's a pattern here whether this, yeah, maybe it's matter, it does matter. Yeah, so something. Yeah, that seems okay, that seems good enough for this bones automation. And that's it. Then we have okay, now we go for the fan bones. Now let's get this one. So this doesn't seem that it needs too much change. I think we can work with these ones as they are, yes. Because this part are not too affected by. Ah, there we go. There seem to be. Here we might have some trouble. Not sure this. No, this can't cause it. Be causing this. Yeah, so I still need to look at that. It's probably the leverage system now because I'm checking everything here and it doesn't seem to produce so much problems. So this is the strategy here. I'm gonna expand this. Just see if you got any. improvements from this. This is not a bendy bone, so it's, but it does stretch, so the stretching is something that we need to be careful about. We're getting some bad deforms here, but this could be because of the okay, I'm gonna change the shape of these bones. It's like that we're losing some and to make them quite different one from the other. Right, this is not stretching correctly. And now we're gonna check the quality of the stretching variation. Okay, so 1 is the default, although it resets to 0. So this is apparently I've read it's an exponential value. Let's try. Okay, let's just do the simple stuff here. 0.5, and there we go. Symmetrize. Good. It's not exactly the shape that yeah, there are some artifacts there, but this is probably the other set of helper bones that need some fixing. Now let's go for this one. We start out by making this thing that. This one we then we can reset here. About the waves, Yeah, it's almost the same thing. Maybe remove some. Maybe remove this thing here. Yeah, really nothing too much to see here for now. Very simple wave paint, very regular in both in symmetric mostly. Let's check now the forms, and yeah, so this one there's a copy rotation, but it does very little, this automation. If we, yeah, it's not doing anything, right, basically. But it's interesting to have. This idea I got from CG Dive. Even actually the dolphin bone, I don't know where he took that from, but the original fan bone technique, or fanny bone, it's from a Australian professor of CG, published some Freeman name, right? Family name, and he got World 3D World Review publication, right? 2004. He published in a rigging method with fan bones and fanny bones, which is this kind of bone that we're gonna check here. This is not a fan bone, but this was integrated in my rig because I was doing tutorials of fan bones actually for Blender, and then I've realized that CGDI has a tutorial of an ogre free tutorial now that had a fan bone system like that is dual. I was using just this one. It's boring to make the dual. It's not super more powerful. No, it's just a mini tweak, and then you can use this much more interesting than the dual fan bone would be to have this sticking bone if you want to really to give some shape to the elbow or knee, right? I'm not using too much of it, but you see it improved a little. It made it a bit sharper. I don't have a controller for it, but we could. And also the waves are not very good anyways. So, but I made it just to see, and the way to rig it took me a while to figure out. Not in a Rigify rig, but is that the parent is the mechanism bone, and then you counter the rotation with the mechanism forearm. Yes, the first mechanism. So as it is parent to the previous one, so it inherits the parenting relation of the mechanism forearm, the last mechanism forearm here, and then it gets the bone constraint of anti-rotation full. No, it's halfway, okay, and then it gets exactly in the middle as we pose the arm. You see, so it takes full parenting relation from the bone before, and of course it is made in the center here, in the rest position for the armature object, and then the skeleton, and then it's not an anti-rotation, okay, it's just a copy rotation halfway, but using its own local space and orientation, so it will follow not being perpendicular to its parent, but add halfway and not full copy rotation to become almost perpendicular. Don't know why it's not perpendicular now, but doesn't matter, because the parent is there's a small difference in, they are not 100% aligned, these bones, right? That's why. But it doesn't matter. Halfway here, it's probably not exactly in the center, because yeah, but it's almost there, and that's good enough. And it's dynamic in, well, it's static in the sense that it will always get this is very tricky actually. I'd consider it's obvious, but it's actually not so obvious. It's actually fundamental to know this trick, but it's not for noobs. Like, you need to, I just figured out, or had to refigure out how to solve this. Otherwise, you start to stack bone constraint of rotations, goes completely nuts, because copy rotation is garbage in Blender. It needs, the bone constraint needs some updates, I think. But anyways, here we got the automation here, and these are the dual fan bone system. I don't remember having seen dual fan bones, I'm calling that name, but in that original. But that original has way more, quite more complicated fan bones. So the fan bone, actually, you get, there are two concepts, right? I think that's one is the ventilator and the fan. And the fan, that is the fan, the oriental fan, right? That instrument, right? So the wind up one's own face or something like that. So the fan, it's called fan because they do this, right? Depending on how you, right, the bones, they like open up like a fan or close up like a fan. And they can also be, so there are two techniques, at least in the fan bone system, which is the fan, like could be a dual fan bone, or there could be a whole star in all 8 directional, for example, or even more or less, so that in a certain, for a limb, you have mini fan bones all around, so looks like a fan ventilator, like the machine. And then you have each of these bones as they react differently according to requirements of the anatomic shape. But the problem of this thing is that the fanny bones, which I call actually shuttle, they are fanny bones, I believe. So these are fans and the other are fanny. That's my way to, not sure if that was the original, but at least that makes it more organized. These are bigger ones, and these responds to the diagonal stuff. So they are very responsive because they have a copy rotation bone constraint, and they respond to the z-x axis of rotation, even for these diagonals here. So they don't need delta. They are self-adaptive in the sense of the delta. They are smart systems. While the fanny bones, they are not really smart systems, although you can just parent them to the big fan bone, and then they will follow the derotation. Because what the fan bones do, the dual fan bones do, is derotating the mesh of the joint region. And so while this will correspond to the back part, this will be, well, not back part, but you have the joint, then you have this correspond to the upper thigh, and this correspond to the hip. So this will derotate the mesh on the hip based on the skeletal bones, right? And this will derotate the mesh of the thigh. So probably this one is what's causing this artifact, because it is not updated as I've created additional. No, it's not apparently this. So there's something else. Yeah, it's my leverage system again. But this is probably now very wrong because I need to improve these waves. And usually, to be mathematically accurate, we want to use if we want to be mathematically exact, and this is what been using for the fan bones in other regions, but for here I'm not totally sure, because sometimes it doesn't seem like that it helps for the complex joints of the shoulders and of the hip thigh, right? So what happens is that we can use precisely oh yeah, because there are blended waves here. Out. Yeah, so this is a mess, because the thing is that I don't know theoretically now the angle that is forming, because sometimes we don't have this bone. So the skinning algorithm is calculating the angle that is being formed between this bone, which has waves on this region too, and this bone which has waves here, and this bone which has, so there are 3 bones and they all have different orientations, and I don't know how to wave paint this. Okay, this one I know, but even though I might not know, because also there are intersections here, right, of waves. So this, but whatever it does, the fact it just derotates the mesh. So I don't know, remember now what I based this from, but it's probably manually wave painted instead of copying. But we can try to copy. Maybe this will be, yeah, we're gonna copy. So we're gonna make a backup here, save copy. We're gonna go to the here, and we're gonna get a backup for and this is the backup for fan bones wave paint. Yeah, before wave paint. Okay, this is a way to tell me what I'm doing. So this save as copy will save that I'm still on the file that I was working in. This will be ruined by save as, but save copy, you can save a copy of the current file and already back it up. All right, so now we need to get this one here. So I'm gonna show once again how this method of mathematically accurate waves work. So, well, I can preserve perhaps this thing. We just need to maybe do this. This will make the bones lose their vertex group. I don't know what happened to the right though. Oh yeah, the right, of course, it gets empty. Oh, no, what I'm doing here. Oh, it is recreating, right? Let's see. It's confusing, right? Fan pelvis hip, fan pelvis hip right. Okay, these were backed up correctly. And here we need another one, fan pelvis thigh, right? Is the pelvis, but is the thigh. So it is this one we need to... Is the left or the right? Is the right that I need. So get it. So it regenerated the wave empty. So this is what I need to back up. So this is why it will reappear here as a empty. But now I have the 4 backups. Okay. So now I can just re-wave paint this accordingly. But we're gonna copy this name. And we're gonna get this bone. We're gonna... there's a problem. Can't I duplicate this to... Yeah. Now I don't know how I'm gonna do this because the bone is regenerating. I think I need to stop being here. And I need to delete... remove them from an object mode. Because of that keeps happening, like... Okay. Now I should not be selecting them. I just want to select... Okay, this one. Then we do a copy, duplicate. We're gonna change it to fan. And well, back up. Okay, it's here. Okay, here it is. So why it took... Why it's not being associated? This is going crazy. The name of the bone is not matching. Okay, no, this is the wrong one, of course. So we need to... Okay, so you see it's regenerated here, but these are empty. I can't have them empty because this will create a feedback that I will not be able to rename the... I don't even want to see that happening. So now I'm gonna pick this one. Maybe it's not the right one. I would like to integrate this one too, but this is closer, so let's just use this one. It's not a helper bone, this is part of the main skeleton, so it makes sense that this is the main one to be sharing the waves, but I believe it won't be sufficient because these waves are very strong too. So maybe they should not compete so much in waves. Maybe this bone should carry very strong waves instead of this. And this one, maybe you should focus on questions, right? But this is very complex area anyways. And so here we're gonna get this bone, yes, and this is called the hip left. We don't see here because we need to remove this. So we're gonna copy and we're gonna we need to, now I've lost the name, so we're gonna entirely copy this, but we're gonna call this, this is the correct one. So now they share exactly, they are the same waves. So that means mathematically that well, the vertex is they are sharing exactly the same wave value on the vertex that they are competing from. So that means that at the rotation of this bone in relation to this bone, or this bone in relation to this is more accurate here, right? So this is why perhaps I should align this bone with this bone, because this is it's weird, but this is the calculation that I'm making here. And also it should actually be the reverse, so I need to rotate it like can the scale of a bone become negative? No, it can't. It's just gonna okay, I'm gonna do this so it matches the dolphin bone idea, right? Concept. I think I have, no, it is the only one that is, no, there's also one, if I did, this one is also like that. So here what you're gonna do, so they start aligned, I need to know, so there are many ways to do this, but as you see, the idea here is to get their z-axis. So here they are reversed. If you reset this bone, this will be it, but doing like this is better. It's easier to rig in my experience. So, but there are many ways. Each way will have consequence on how you need to rig the bone constraint and all that, and parent. So it's crazy. The possibilities and the bad possibilities certainly are zounds. It can always get worse, and of course, and not work properly too. So only a few solutions that are really relevant, that I know, relevant in the sense that they are more optimal. So the parent tight and the, okay, so the parent is very simple, as the parent is that this thing I didn't reverse, so it's still got the right parent. And I'm gonna align, still maintain the roll to the active bone, right? So just like this. And you see that now they are pointing up, so it's reversed. Reset. Now, okay, so it's aligned here anyways, and while this is aligned backwards just as this one, the roll. And the orientation, yeah, so this is trickier to, because if I align here, it does that, so I need to reverse it and then reverse the roll as well. And I prefer align manually because the roll, yeah, it's yeah, whatever. I aligned it, the roll to the active bone, so this should be the correct setup here. And then now the problem is that this probably ruined the bone constraint this one had. We have to probably retake it because now it might be rotating in some. Also, particularly this bone might be hard to know where it should go. Yes, it's going nuts. So in principle, as this goes up, this should, look at this. Well, no, anyways, this is the leverage system anyways. We need to rework this now. And so this is very interesting because what I'm gonna do now is that I'm gonna remove waves from this. So we're gonna start, so all these waves will preserve as they were, because what matters is the joint. So by having precisely the wave of, except here we can make a blending, by having precisely the exact same waves of the original skeletal bone, the fan bone will derotate these vertices in a very exacting analytical way, right? And so the only thing that matters now is that the rotation of the bone is matching it's matching the derotation of the rotation of the mechanism thigh, which should be here, right? But this is the deformed thigh, right? So this is derotating. So you see, it's derotating by a certain amount of influence. So otherwise it will be here, just parented to it, but we are derotating, and this is create an angle that will start to grow, right, from the rest pose to, right, but that grow is based on this. So it's this is amount like from 0 to 90 degrees derotation, right? So essentially we are creating an angle of not an angle, but a dynamic angle of amount of derotation in relation to the, and this, as we saw, the waves are mathematically matching. It's just a simple copy duplicate of the vertex group, right, and assigned to this bone. So these, then the dolphin bone will do the same, but the best examples are this one, right? So because here well, here we have to redo the waves here because for every set here of the left side I have to redo because I have changed the waves of, I had to change this new bone systems. Probably, so it's probably not matching. You see, it's not matching anymore. Here it might not matter, but here it's it's better to redo. And then you have to do this with the also will have to do with the backbone, which gives more precision, I'd say, because you could derotate this whole mesh with the bone that goes downward. But then this would be a mistake in some sense, because this mesh needs to derotate on the opposite direction. So essentially the limb or whatever it is would create an angle, whichever the direction of the bending. Here is just essentially one or two directions of bending if we go stylistically, right, to the sides, but essentially it's the main direction of bending, the X rotation thing. And then what happens is that you see that the dual fan bone, each one is derotating to the opposite direction of the bending of the leg. So they start straight, and then they start to form this angle of difference of rotation, right? So because they are lagging behind, they are derotating. And here we'll have to readjust this. So they're probably causing artifacts here because they have old weights. And this, unfortunately, I don't know a better way to do this than manually. And this is even worse because even when we try to match here, I think that for these joints it's easy, but for this it's this mathematical accuracy doesn't solve anything. Sometimes it's and worse because I have this skeletal bone and I don't know how to merge these things. There's an operator that can do this, but the problem is that these bones, they are not just stacking, they have different orientations. So this is super bizarre. This is a bit tricky. I don't know if I can solve this with just one fan bone. Actually, we might have to reproduce this wave on one fan bone and this bone on another fan bone oriented in this direction, but still located here. Yes. Yes, that would make sense because then they would still waves, yes, but they would be derotational by having the same amount of waves except for this exclusion. We'd have solved in a mathematically accurate way this madness. Of course, other bones that are not skeletal bones will still cause some influence, but there's some bad artifact happening there. The crotch, probably the crotch is moving too much. I don't know, but something to look at later. So apparently I would need to create this. Yeah, I never had this idea. So first time, maybe this would, if you don't have this bone, then it might be fine. So we're gonna duplicate this thing. We're gonna align here, and we're going to yeah, it's reversed, right? So that the problem is that this yeah, the I think this won't because usually it should. This is a special case. It's super bizarre, but yeah, it will. Wait. This is covering a larger distance, right? But at the same time, this is the mesh that will be affected more. So this one will have lesser waves here anyway. So we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna, it's bizarre because I align here. I should imagine this bone as if it was here, right? What's the deal here? This bone is going here, this bone is going there. This bone. Oh yeah, this is happening because precisely is that this bone is oriented upwards while this is, or so it's like if these bones of the spine were oriented, that will match this pattern, right? Here, pointing down. So that's just because this bone. So the alignment here is solves everything at once, right? So we're gonna call them Control F2. So yes, this pattern, we're gonna change it for, instead of fan pelvis hip, instead of hip, we're gonna call it uh, hips, hips, because this is called hips, yeah. Yeah, so whatever, it's weird, but this is hips left, while this is hip left, because this is called hip left and this is called hips, the central one. So yeah, it's bizarre, but can be confusing, but for me, that's fine. And this also has a or copy rotation, right? So this one should probably be working. In terms of the rotation, what it is, mechanism thigh, right? No. This would follow. Yeah, so here is bizarre because there is an angle that is forming because between the hips and here. So the temptation, yes, will be to have this reversal from here, but the spine, we see that the spine is not moving, right? But still the mesh needs the rotation. We could try to, sometimes the spine moves, but you see, whatever, if this bone moves or this bone moves, rotates, right? The fact is that still what is happening is relative, because an angle is forming between the two bones spatially, and it's this angle that is formed that matters. So if this bone stays still because the type is rotation, relationally is as if the hip were rotating and forming a sharp angle here. So it's normal then that this follows indeed the mechanism type. But it looks like that because of the orientation, we need to maybe do an inversion here. So now, as we, no, this is wrong. You see, it's pinching, and we don't want this pinch. We want the opposite. We want this bone to, just as this, to lag behind, and this to lag behind. So it's not, yeah, so it's not this, indeed, it is, we want it to be delayed. So the amount of, although we don't see the bone, but imagine, essentially, yeah, it's not being stiff, it's good enough. So it's like reversing this bone's motion, which is stiff. So it doesn't have any waves now, so we could exaggerate this. And there is still the problem of this one, which I don't know. Yeah, it's still the same thing, but here we'll have to do something different. So we see that this is not working. It's causing some, maybe this one, yes, will need some, yeah, it's going nuts, and I don't know why. Mechanism hip, which is not moving. It is, yeah, so Maybe this is some sort of translation. It's not guaranteed that it will work right, because there are more motions that need to be. I don't know why the local orientation is caused, but this makes sense in the following way, like as this the thigh goes up, there is forming an angle. There is forming an angle. Yeah, but it's not. Is not exactly what matters. For this joint here in particular, the side bending could be more revealing, more intuitive to figure out. Yeah, so here we are. As this goes up, now like inner bending. Okay, the inner bending is correct. You see it's being pushed backwards. So let's so no, it's not just an illusion. No, actually it's not an illusion. So apparently there is, yeah, it is moving. But let's see. So it is okay. It's following up but delaying. Let's see the back bending. This one is very difficult to figure out. Sometimes I have this difficulty in visualizing, especially when they need to. This one is confusing stuff, right? No, it's not. This is this one. So yeah, it is difficult to see from. It's difficult to see what's really happening because the bone is. Okay, it's probably something that we need to do with. Yeah, this doesn't look good because it seems to be pinching exactly where it shouldn't. At the same time, because the other bone is not moving, slightly this is more important in the inner bending. Another possibility is just orient this bone as the other one, so that will make it perhaps there are very ways to do this, but here indeed this was causing the bone to go nuts because of the rotation. Yeah, it goes nuts. I don't understand what's happening here. This is a thing about the copy rotation bone constraint problems. It's quaternions, right? Uh, maybe No. And this local, I'm not sure this would help. So maybe here we'll need to do some fake parenting and no, still going nuts. Very weird, but this is how. Maybe it has a bone constraint. No, it has, yeah, it has the one that I'm using indeed. So if I use transformation bone constraint, then this will get delta problems, and then I have to make delta for the diagonal, so it's not good. It's counterproductive, but it would solve this. Let's see, what is causing exactly the, maybe it's the amount of, no, it shouldn't be the amount. Okay, the x-axis, the z-axis, yeah, all of them with this set up, right? Add, no, this doesn't do anything. It's because of the targeting the type, but it's parented to a bone that is like, yeah. See, legacy, maybe sometimes this, no. So, to no avail, anything like this. So, replace, no, not even replace, it gets completely messed up. So, local space with owner orientation. So something it cannot recognize, right? This will work, but I'm not sure that it's. So what is this? Target the mechanism style local space and use its. Okay. So maybe this is the way to go, but as long as we have the proper behavior, then this should be fine. And the thing is to know what makes sense here. This doesn't seem to make sense. Maybe I have to change its role. Okay, the inner. So this seems to be so another way to check this, of course, if this bone has some, we can see if the results in the deforms are better, and also you can play with this. So then we can see better if the rotation makes any sense, right? So if this is causing more, if it's not helping the artifacts, that means the wrong direction. Sometimes we can't find it directly, but it seems to be helping here. But this is not complete because there's also the other one, right? Here it's all wrong, so not much that I can do right now. This may be, who knows if it is. I have to fix more of the leverage system to know, or just let's see the about this part. Looks like it's preserving some, helping to preserve some waves there, which could be, the waves are not well established, but because I need to erase some stuff, but it seems to make sense. Usually the value of influence is not all that, right? It's just, so it seems to be doing something positive. I think I'm gonna keep this. Now we're gonna wave paint this one in particular. So here we're gonna also, let's recover this soundtrack because I miss the good soundtrack. So here we're gonna how come I've got this? Oh yeah, of course, we're gonna, so we need to remove the waves from all this region here. And just leave what is this lower mesh here. So yeah, so a lot of mesh to remove here. No, not mesh. Here it's arguable exactly where should we cut off, but I think we're gonna go another one because it's more about the joint. Yeah, so we're gonna use this loop here. I think I'm gonna use this, and we're gonna get this expansion here. And then we're gonna maybe blur this. Okay, so this now, now you're probably not getting as much problems in the crotch region. And there is this one now that we need to duplicate this. I'm gonna first have to pick this. We get this, and we're gonna copy, duplicate, then we're gonna Control V, and it created two, and it's already symmetrized. That's perfect. I was counting to this manually. And here, same thing. We are gonna take off. We're just gonna leave the joint region, with some threshold. So the other extremity doesn't matter. But it's blurry. We need to decide exactly where we're gonna start cutting. So okay, so this is probably what's causing the artifact. It was doubling the high waves here, heavy waves in the crotch. So here it start to end the red. That means that there's nothing else to. It's like when we start to carve this and there's no more red, then that probably means yeah, here for example we got too much, so no, just so here this is same thing. It's just a bit arbitrary. This part is just smoothing out, right? So yeah, we've lost some red here, but I think that's still okay, because the problem is doing this thing, right? It's very tedious, right? So all right, so we're gonna keep this. No, don't tell me I did that. No, I didn't. So this one has the whole pelvis, and this has just the area of the pelvis. So this took a while, right? It's very tricky to get this mathematically accurate for some bones. This doesn't mean that I solved anything here, but and this thing that is the leverage system, because now I'm sure that this, because assessed essentially everything. So all the bones are, all these fan bones are doing something, right? You see, because again, this bone will be equivalent to the this bone will be equivalent to the hips in terms of, so what it's doing is that as the hips stay in place, actually this is making space. So well, this bone is lagging behind here. This bone is also not lagging behind exactly because this is stiff, but it is instead of being still, it is moving away. So this is moving away, this is moving away, and this is what needs to be done. They need to move away from the angle that is sharp angle that is tending to form. So they are working. So this is how this works. It doesn't mean that it's gonna solve the artifacts on their own, but they tend to help. And so now is the amount of derotation that we want. So this one, I don't know what is good, and we're gonna just make subtle thing. In principle, often this can have a lower value than this one. It depends, right? Of course, we can make different for X and Z, but I think it's no, not sure it's a good idea because they need to rotate in sync. Never tried. Did I update these ones? No, right? I didn't update this one, so okay, we're gonna update these ones. Having this, so it's why it's much easier to do just with one bone, right? Infant bone, simple fun bone. But then we are, after I've learned this trick, I tested it sound accurate or logical, even though it's way more tedious, double the work. And at some point I wasn't doing the mathematically accurate system, so it was even faster, though a bit more chaotic and more intuitive. So here we're gonna, I don't need this these ones, I don't care, because I have changed the topology, not the topology, the geometry. So we're gonna just go for knee. What is this? Okay, we're gonna just fan knee actually. There's still some wreak havoc being caused here. That might be the mesh geometry, I don't know. Maybe I need to revise the base skeleton waves here, but we'll see. With the new system here, we'll get some derotation on the okay, so maybe that will help some stuff. We need to go back to the skeleton, then we can start here. So this bone we're gonna to get this bone from pose mode. Duplicate and copy here. You see that this already made some effect, but get here. So now we get this, and we're gonna copy and paste. It will do the rest for us. So now, oh, this was apparently, this bone was major responsible for the artifact there. So we found it. So the culprit, the main culprit, was this fan bone. So here we're gonna remove all this stuff here. Because we just want to focus on the joint region. Yeah, maybe we can get something here. So one blur here in this direction is good enough. this is the maximum threshold. Beyond here, we don't change anything from the other, from the, into the direction of the joint. All right, and then as for this one, we're gonna, well, we could get this method too. So here, maybe we just blur this. So depending on the region, it's fast to do this. The most annoying part for me, at least, is manage the vertex group. It's just too annoying to select the stuff. See the results. Yeah, so we have some improvement, but it's not. The problem is that if I don't solve this artifact here, it's probably the mesh topology that is not contributing totally for this thing. Maybe in this case, augmenting a little more the rotations help. Do help a little, but it seems to be also some volume loss, so it's not very safe to do this. So I'm gonna symmetrize this. I think we need to symmetrize all this. Probably changing the mesh topology. It's exactly here. The geometry that I've made here, the topology, right, is a bit too risky, maybe. It worked for a while, so maybe I need to make this a bit more, smooth out this a little more, right? Wow, what's that? What happened to the... yeah, great. I think I forgot to... Okay, probably there are some bones here which are not symmetrized properly. Whatever the hell is that? Okay, that seems to have been fixed. Crude way, but it there can be searching exactly what is. Okay, but I wasn't. I had to unmake this red. Maybe this orientation here is a bit bad. Yeah. make this a bit straight. No, not sure this will help anyhow. Let's see. Yeah, a little will help, but wait, there is... What did it have? Oh, there are some stupid heads here. Duplicated geometry, whatever. No, but it's still not enough, right? So maybe I accidentally extruded stuff here. Trying to make the mesh a bit more regular. Yeah, I'm out of ideas here. Big faces, although it's... If I could understand what really... What face is this one? Oh yeah, is the arrow quad. So I thought that this idea was good, but maybe let's try. Okay, now let's undo. Yeah, even worse. So a lot of, yeah, definitely this worked in many cases, but now the automation is not the helper rig, whatever. All that I have here is not working in sync anymore, and that's typical. And there is some weird bulging here. These things start to happen here, so it's hard to control. The worst part, even though if you fix that, is that probably what I need here is to make a regular, like a more regular thing, like just like this. That I really wanted to have this small anatomic feature here, but then nothing can help here. We'll have to rebuild this in a more dramatic way, right? I know that this thing, it can help because then it can control this. Even if you don't control it, gives some possibility that if we don't have this, we just can't. So, but maybe the problem is the size of this face. So let's try something here. Usually this is the opposite that we need to do, if I remember correctly. This part which gets collapsed should be larger, and this part should be which stretches on the limb bending should be larger, but in this case, because the face is too large, maybe there could be another possibility. Maybe it's just the wave paint that needs to be readjusted. Yeah, there's chance there are some is a fan bone. Let's see what we have here. Deformed sheen, yes. Hold on. This doesn't look so good. There's some weird incoherence here, but it's very subtle. It's probably not the culprit. Fan ni tai. Okay. Fan ni shin here. Tai 1, okay. Yeah, so technically there is, but if I change, yeah, I'm changing here, I have to rechange the, yeah, so I think it's not the time for addressing this. So I'm losing the mathematical value because I don't know how now we to automate this process. So it's too specific. I did some AI to do some understand straightforward what you need, and yeah, so anyways, definitely something here needs to be improved, and it's unclear what that topology here, but already mentioned I want to preserve this because it's very economical and it works, really works, but because I also want organic, I need to find a better solution for this, especially this part, but there's nothing to do. It's a big limb, big joint, the knee, and I eventually will find something, but it's not for what if I remove these ones. Yeah, this doesn't solve. Doesn't seem to also cause any trouble, the mesh reorganize. So, but then we have a end gones there. So not. I will do that. I need to fix the end gone with another solution. And it's very complicated to do this in the joint regions. Change the counting there. It needs to be something special like this. Alright, so anyways, at least we updated and we have more fan bones here. Like, that will take too long for today. I think I have to. Yeah, there's one. This one is the most complicated that we got through. 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, not a lot, but it's very tedious. Better would be to batch stuff like. Okay, this maybe has the advantage that I haven't touched these waves too much. So it doesn't need to be perfect. Of course, if it is, it's better, but it takes so long that also there are possibility to make more adjustments to mesh topology at some point, more adjustments to wave paint. And then that would be a new occasion to, okay, let's refresh this slightly. This is why rigging with searching for always mathematical accurate stuff is sometimes super counterproductive, because the software just doesn't help us to get those things straightforward. So this will be more serious. So I think I can skip this one. Let's see if we can skip this one, because yeah, I probably haven't touched the lower part. Yeah, so we can skip this one. Yeah, I see here the joint doesn't change. So yeah, so these all are good. Some small change happen here in the wave, so it's irrelevant. This one, it's irrelevant, so it's something you need to be aware that, yeah, small change in this approach to the 12 fan bone system, or to the fan bone system, this mathematical exactitude, it's very hard to you change a little thing that you need to refresh and nothing can help. But so here we're gonna reproduce this system. So here we're gonna get this code here, fan bone here, and elbow. We're gonna remove all this. Now we need to do this from the object mode. And so here, now it's easy. We're gonna also this one, I think I haven't, nothing to change, maybe, hopefully nothing to change. Let's see. The hand, yeah, I think I verified this. Yeah, this one is fine. And this one, no, this one, this one is incorrect. Because as you can see, it's not matching. Yeah, it's just for a small amount, but the fan bone is going. This is not extrapolating, this one is extrapolating. So yeah, just this one we need to. Okay, let's start with this one, then we're gonna look for this wave. Yeah, I have to remove this, whatever. Then pick this. We're gonna, okay, let's fan wrist, forearm, just these two. Then we're gonna go, okay, we need to copy that. Pick this, remove this. Yeah, this is the bone. Copy, duplicate, Control V. Now we got this and the left side. So they have the same waves. You just need now to, yeah, this is so simple that we don't need to batch the same step for each bone. Let's just complete this one first. So I want to make this one the extremity with just some very subtle waves. So you see, it's a bit distorted. We don't have a single value here. We could have but I don't like to be changing this, not choose to. So or you could use the mix, right? Mix, yeah, mix with that fall off. Then we can just look for one value here and just in principle that should get everything. Equalized. Yeah, it's not necessary, but if you can, that's not bad practice. Not that it will absolutely make better results sometimes. No, sometimes the occasional wave painting mistakes, apparently mistakes, they are just chance. They get better results than mathematically accurate regular wave painting. So this is why mathematically accurate painting, it can be stupid even for low poly, even worse for high medium poly stuff, because you imagine you have to calculate all those to wave paint vertex by vertex or edge loop by edge loop is like creepy. No one deserves that. And the results in organic rigging often are not as good, even if you smooth out, than doing something more artistic, right? Ideally, wave painting should be something artistic, but it's not that simple, because the skinning, yeah, for many reasons, it's conceptual. It's how the technology was devised, actually. It could have been different. It can be different. In the future, I have this vision or intuition. I don't know what the technology should be, but that wave painting could really become like sculpture in time for rigging, then maybe interactive with that 3D animation, right? And then you could really enjoy wave painting as some artists enjoy sculpting, 3D sculpting, right? So I think this is the pattern where the but it will be very hard to conceive more than to build this, like develop. No, it's not a development problem, it's a design problem of the designing. Yeah, it's the big stuff. The rest is just the rest, right? If you don't have the idea, you can't develop unless you copy, right? Unless follow orders or explore. Developing can be considered some sort of designing too, but what it means, the design thing of the feature, right? Whoever designs it, does be anyone, but I mean, the developer might have technical insight of the mechanism, the instrumentalization, right? To build this can give some creative insight, of course, to build, but often this is not the case. The biggest reason this is true is because of wave paint. It was devised by bad people, not good people. They just didn't get good enough insight into the problematics of what became rigging, particularly organic rigging, skinning. So there's not enough good ideas around, and that the technology ended up being like that. Very stupid, very counterproductive. So many people hate it, but it's very important because it's characters like I need to focus here. So let's get this bone. You see how complicated this is. So here we need to, yeah, I mean Blender, some Blender aspects of this. So you need to get clicking around. Okay, need this. Then I need to, yeah, I remember. I need to get here in pose mode, get the name of the bone. Then we need to get here, duplicate, copy, duplicate this bone, Control V here. Now let's check if that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Then we're gonna get here on pose mode. Then we go back to here, we select this, we copy, duplicate, and we Control V forearm. Yes, fan, elbow, forearm, exactly. Elbow for the forearm, that's what it means. Then we got here and here, this is correct. And so now we can just obliterate these things here with some page loops. That now we need this tool, right? We can, yeah, dismiss this thing. Then we can get here. Let's expand here until here. Dismiss this whole thing. Invert. Smooth with actually getting, yeah, smooth with our. We see what we get here. We get this value. Let's see if it's add. No, it's mix. See the fall off. It's cons. Okay, this at least got there. Okay, this seems to be good enough. Then now for the last one. So we need to, yeah, let's use this same here, and that's it. So it was fast because not all the dolphin bone systems, they were setups here, not all of them were disrupted. Now let's see if this does anything good. So I still have some creepy, yeah, I have some, probably because of excessive amount of mesh there, right? But yeah, it is quite good, right? It's just that it's not perfect. Here we have some bulging here. No, some carving here that it's not clear for me what is causing that. Maybe it's time to revise these values here. Oh yeah, this shouldn't go that much, so we're gonna reduce. Some clipping is fine. Yeah, and this one. So here, maybe it would be the case, an interesting proposition here. So this will be a good possibility for the use of the let's see what I see, right? So here we have an opportunity to use this bone here to maybe push that mesh here to the other direction, and by doing this maybe we help to fix the yeah, but then it should not have this amount of, it's experimental, right? Maybe we should also push it. Yeah, this is not good with call up this garbage. So yeah, we can use something more organic here. Yeah, I have to change this because it's very stupid, right? I was just doing like, let's see what that does, right? On that symmetrical topology, right? So by making the weights here more lower, we can push more this. So there is, it's not in vain, it's not redundant, is that actually by having very low weights, we still we disrupt less the other helper bones or skeletal bones on these areas. That means that we can make we have more space or whatever we have in certain direction, in certain line of concept, some dimension, let's say, we have more space, or more time, more something, more scale to work with, because we can push this a lot and it will move the mesh a lot without necessarily affecting the wave stealing, which can be very serious, very serious. Okay, the problem is, how do we get this automation then? So I don't know what is. Yeah, there we go. So this bone, this threshold was not very nice. We're gonna. It was too deep into the upper arm, so we're gonna swap this. Even here, it doesn't sound good enough. Also, the topology, yeah, too close to the faces, also not so good. We might have to. It's not this bone actually. Yeah, we have some problems there, anyways. Yeah, I dare not change this right now. What is this? Nothing here seems to be. Let's see, so I have. Elbow, arm, upper. What the hell is this? There's not a bone for this. This is probably an old vertex group. But it shouldn't be interfering. Fan, elbow, upper arm, yeah. There's a lot of old stuff here. But these are not. Leverage leg. Okay, this leverage leg is all important. Elbow float is okay. I know what this is. Yeah, maybe this one is causing. No, there's some disruption here. Might influence something, but doesn't seem to be. What you can do here is perhaps smooth. Okay, just this, right? Maybe we can. Oh yeah, I forgot this one. Maybe we can also. Yeah, let's do this. Did I change the stretch of this thing? Ah, there we go. This is, well, it's not totally response. No, it's not, but it can cause some recover. Yeah, I have reduced this to halfway. Maybe this one deserves even less. Could also be about the positioning that I've made to it. Yeah, it's uncertain. Anyways. Okay, there is the elbow. Where is that? No, it's here. Okay, so reset. So need to, yeah, so this is the idea. Okay, so this is a problem because I don't know how to do this exactly. I need to, in principle, it has just the X rotation that matters. But because it is transforming already, maybe I need to add, okay, this will be a good case of transformation because here we don't need to care about delta. So we're gonna care about the rotation of this bone in the local space with owner. So here is the problem, because map from rotation, okay, quaternion, then just the x-axis, as this will be like no, this is not I don't know the I can't rotate it directly. Have to probably check here. This is the positive X, right? I know it's why it's rotating the. It's normal actually. Here, so it's a positive, yeah, positive. So positive X is a rotation of, let's go to the, yeah, start with 0 and do this. Okay, it's not this, but it's sufficient to see the effect. Simplifying the stuff, right? And then location Y, bringing to the X, we just want to add, and we're gonna, so as the mechanism for our left, first one, So what we see now is the problem. The bone doesn't follow the bone is not following the, although this is works, right, but it's not following the line that it's oriented to its far. Instead it is following not even that, right, it's following its own, I guess. Yeah, whatever. So it well, now it's correct. Okay, now, yeah, it's going straight. So this is its rest position orientation. And it's not adaptive. So in order to make it align to here, we would need a mapper bone as a custom owner. Yes. Okay. All right, so I think we can do this. Okay, so we're gonna shift D this bone. We're gonna change the, instead of helper 4 spike elbow, we're gonna call mechanism. Now map, right? It's a custom, so just a mapper. Then we're gonna change this color here. We're gonna change this to stick. The parent is the same, the bone length is the same, but now we're gonna use this rotation. We don't want this. We want to use now, I hope it will adapt to the current space the bone is taking on the final pose state. So we add updating, right? So custom, no, custom spike elbow mapper, and rotation. Aha! It's the first time I do something like that. So this is how I solved this problem. Not been haunting me, but crazy. So rigging works, but it's just totally bizarre. Yeah, it's very cool actually. Okay, so this is how we can use the custom space to reorient the final pose state, the transforms. So before, without the custom space, I couldn't make the bone respond to its own bone constraints pathway of transforms. So it was using, at least with the transformation bone constraint, and it was not getting anyhow the space that I want. So it was a space problem, and we need the custom space, and that it will intake these transforms. Besides its parenting, also all transforms it's taking to calculate this space. So this is a dynamic space. It depends on, see, it's adapting to the space of the bone as we pose it. So the no other thing seems to that would solve this kind of things. Yeah, no, apparently no other thing would do that apparently, except for the custom space. And here this doesn't do any difference, but I like this one. Okay. Okay, so this is very, very useful. Good discovery. And now we're gonna reproduce this system to the other unique other system here that use something like that. So we're gonna just align this here. We're gonna name this to helper help instead of, yeah, no, there's nothing like that. So instead of elbow, knee. So this is, let's also pick this bone length value and paste it here. Get this position, get here, get the same parent here. Yes, mechanism thigh 1, the upper one, that's correct. And copy to selected, so this doesn't symmetrize, unfortunately. So here, as if we parent manually in the 3D viewport editor, so here we got this. We're gonna just delete this. We're gonna copy this bone constraint. We could parent exactly. Let's see. Remove this and then just parent it here. Does that work? This also works, although it's no, it doesn't work because the bone is not responding to, okay, so it stops responding. Okay, we can't do this because of the parent. They have the same parent. Sometimes I don't know how to wait. What? No, I didn't go back enough. Now it's back. Also need to recover the, yeah, so sadly okay, but what if I okay, let's do something crazy here. This also works, but it looks like there's a glitch. Might be a dependency cycle, spike elbow, yeah, totally. So you can't, because it's trying to, you see, it's y-axis, yeah, so no, not that. Of course, that's stupid, so we're gonna just get the same parent. So yeah, it's a bit depressive because we have to duplicate the same bone constraints, right? And we can't parent, so we need this. If we want, we don't need this bone to be pointing toward that direction. But yeah, so you can also use the. No, it doesn't have a widget, so that is better. And if we change here, nothing changed. So yeah, it doesn't matter. So first it adapts, then it transforms. Okay. Then here we're gonna pick this bone, which already has the correct mechanism here. We want to yeah, hopefully this influence allows me to still post it if needed. Then we're gonna get, I want this Control C, copy attributes add-on or extension, I don't remember. Getting this one here, changing the target to here. No, changing the target for his here because it's custom space, and then here adapting to yeah, so you're gonna change, of course, the waves. Of course, we could try other stuff, but stylistically, we could do this with posing maybe. I have tweaker bone for that, but this is character design driven, right? Really, it would be nice to have something, but I don't know, there are some caveats. It doesn't cost too much, actually. This is pretty easy, and this doesn't require delta, so essentially, was that? Yeah, it's this one, right? So it's very subtle. What about rotation? Yeah, even rotation, but we don't. No, that will be. Then for rotation, need another transform. No complications here. We'll see if we can get also something of interest here. Let's see. Yeah, more outer. Not too much because we are controlling this mesh, so just doing like this, maybe augmenting this a little more, right? So extrapolating a little the shape. Something like that seems good. Then we got here, symmetrize. Then we go back to here, and we can probably just symmetrize out this system as well. It looks good. It doesn't need to be. It shouldn't be exactly the same as the other elbow because it's a different anatomy. So, but works, or it works. So that sounds fine. Then we got finally symmetrized already. Where is this bone located? It is in the help joint lymph. Joint lymph, what a super complicated name. Basically, is a joint limb, a joint that would be a tertiary limb in the sequence of an arm, a leg, but that it is floating. So it could be sequenced but it is not sequenced. It is floating, and it's like crossing the stuff like the ghost. So joint limb float could be considered instead of sequenced limb, float limb, or I don't remember what the basic rate. Yeah, it's skeletal limb, or not that the elbow is a limb, but it's a portion of the limb. Right? And joint because it's for the joint. So skeleton or skeletal float, floating float limb, skeleton joint limb. Yeah, let's change here. Float joint limb, and then this is incorrect. Instead of 4, this is 3. It's my code for the deformed bones of the legs and arms and spine and head. 1 is head, whether they are deformed, and B is to make the sequence, right? So there is the A, deformed 3 for the legs, 4 is for the arms. So deformed 3A, deformed 3B, I deformed 3C, deformed 3D, deformed, well, 3E, no, where is the E? Okay, turns out we don't have E anymore. So this is, yeah, definitely we don't seem to have. So F, no, not like this. So def 3F, def 3E. No, this is F. So this is 1 big toe, this one, we don't need the 1 anymore, I think, because E, F, no, we need, because this will come first, and then, yeah, this is not good. Maybe how they did for the logic here is the same, right? Def for E, def for F, def for E, thumb, carpal, now it's just like that. So this, maybe it's a bit disorganized, but whatever. I want to clean up the helper now that I know some wrong names. Let's say twist arm lower. What the hell is this? I don't have twist arm lower. What I have is bendy bones that are already doing this. Spike elbow, yes, I got this. Shoulder, chest, this is... doesn't look correct. Fan. fan shoulder, fan pelvis, fan deltoid, fan. Okay, apparently we don't have the correct naming here. Fan deltoid. No, it's fan deltoid shoulder, fan deltoid upper arm. Okay, it's a way to define this better. More like fan pelvis, right? Maybe I need to do something like this. Now it's clear. Takes a few more space, but it will be clear, right? Elbow, elbow. Wrist, wrist. Pelvis, pelvis, pelvis. Elvis, pelvis. Is that correct? Yes. So knee, hyphen, and there's the last ones. Ankle. Do this corrective for once. Okay. This solves some problems of manager. Oh, there's another thing that I... No, I'm fixing. What's remained here of this contraption? Okay, maybe I should stop at this point. This has been very, very long, but very immersive. At least, yeah, I did stuff that I don't even have here noted, unfortunately, so you can clean up. This is not gonna be enough yet. Maybe I should just assess this one. This is interesting for character design, 2D to 3D adaptation. I'm curious, need to get some note on this, but let's see. Yeah, this is lower face. That's facial expression. No. Custom shape. No, not this. Eyelash of improve lips weight, improve wave paint subdivision strategy for 2D cartoon tweaker. We did this basically. I got better results already. Eyelids. Eye contour, follow, transfer. No, this is detail, center. No, it's detail. Yeah. And then the rest is UV texturing for the costume rig, and that's it. So yeah, nothing I can check out, but certainly some creepy thing that I had to fix in terms of or get managerial stuff, as this was predicted. Some details, they are just so annoying that they don't even seem relevant to take note, but they are always getting trouble. Also found some... Oh yeah, we got this system, right? I should take note of a very important finding. So we fixed the revised. Yeah, no, I have in the rig. I won't take note of that. So it's... Oh yeah, there's another thing I wanted to do. So I'm gonna manipulate all these physics bones here. I want to change their I want to change a lot of things about them. So first, I want to provide them with the same the same bone length first of all, so they are easier to spot. They are too small, too tiny. We're gonna change them to B-bone. No, not B-bone, to envelope, because wait, they are reversed. No, this is, they are not reversed. Okay, so they're just very weird, so we need to, let's get yeah, I'm gonna do all at once. Very weird presentation of these bones are having. Maybe they already had some changes in this way. That's why they are not exactly the same. I think we can access this from here. No one touched this. Usually there's barely any tutorial on that, but like we could pick all these bones, right? And then we could get them like these are not the bones. Let's expand. Okay, now I have the bones. Now I can do this. Okay. Then we want to, yeah. Okay, that solves the problems. Now they got that color. Okay, so this is how we manage those things. Never done this years before. Then we want the viewport. I'm using this color in principle for this physics bone. Just looks like this. So it's yeah, the naming seems fine. And then we have the problem with these are supposed to be physics bone. I'm not sure I'm gonna use them, but is a secondary color that I'm using for physics bones. Okay, so we got a same as this one, right? So these are physics bones. Yes, they deserve the proper name. It didn't work. Oh, it worked. Okay. Why this not give? Yeah, because octaedral is horrible to. No, it's not that bad. But is that we cannot have the, yeah, we don't have this versatility here. B-bone size, yeah, so let's leave like this. And these ones, yeah, they're called deform here, but they are physics holders. Why we are having these bones in the hair right now? We don't want the hair, so should I have a new collection for this? Yeah, maybe it's good. So body, this doesn't make sense here. Yeah, no, let's not complicate. They'll just be in the physics, whatever. Color. No, there are colors there that are not matching. Okay, we have to. Oh yeah, and I see that a lot of inconsistent. Select color type. No. Okay, so we Alt M this to physics, Shift M to physics wiggle, just in case. Yeah, we want to assess them. Now finally this got separated. We yeah, depth, but it's not exactly depth, right? So usually when you make bones for costume, they, if we are using physics, usually they are good to have physics. Okay, so all this solid depth 5. Now we're gonna make adequate transition here. Yeah, for now this is just the facts. And here's a generic physics bones. All the bone physics are here. Okay, get your clothes back finally. So basically, we got a lot of managerial annoying stuff fixed here, developed a few features, improved features that were already existing, wave paint, checked essentially all the body bone, deformed bones, helper bones, wave paint, except for one group, which was the crotch. Yes, we did. So not for the face. This is the last assessment. Next assessment, possibly another day, tomorrow maybe. And this leverage system, we could recheck here for the, yeah, maybe, yeah, there are things to do here anyways, but this is my plan now, is to get solve the waves as a priority. Revise, yeah. Face, usually it's more about the lower face at this point, plus so maybe we can go straight for this, and yeah, the rest I'll take care. This is for bonus for another future when the character will already be very usable and don't need to do anymore. So thanks for watching, folks. So that was it for some fixings. Tomorrow we'll do more of this, and we're about to get this thing ready finally. Many things here you can already be doing offline. So thanks for watching, folks. Take care. Have a nice weekend soon.